kabumaze obusigadde obw'abaana akasolo kalidde obukoko 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 kabumaze obusigadde obw'abaana.
Thank you very much. Our esteemed guests, once again, we are now heading to the procession time, and I will request all of us who are robed to proceed to the upper part of the High Court where the procession will take place, and the Chief Justice will be joining us at that point. Additionally, I'm requesting the Army Band equally to move up because you will be leading us in that procession. You are, rest of us who are not robed, you will remain comfortably seated as we wait for that procession to join us in a few minutes thereafter. Our band, you will continue giving us entertainment as this item is being conducted, and until once again when I will advise otherwise. So let us move up so that the Chief Justice can join us, and the justices and judges, registrars, magistrates, and the members of the bar. Thank you very much. May we have more music from the band as the Army Band proceeds up to join the team. you very much. Just in case you want to visit the washrooms, this is the way and the nearest to that point of convenience. There are people dedicated to give you directions, so you'll just need to move out slowly through this door, and you'll be served. Yes, service providers, I wanted something to be done here. Yes, band, you can be giving us another one as the procession approaches. The procession is now with us in the House, led by the Honorable the Chief Justice, the Justices of the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, and the judges of the High Court, along with the registrars and magistrates and the legal fraternity. When they approach, we shall stand and receive them and allow them to take their seats. Let us rise and welcome the Honorable the Chief Justice and the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, the justices and judges, the registrars and magistrates, and members of the bar. My Lord, you are most welcome, and thank you for the procession. We shall allow all of us to comfortably get seated. Thank you. I now request that we can take our seats. Thank you very much. My Lord Chief Justice and my Lord Deputy Chief Justice, your invited guests are here with us, and we want to thank the Lord who has given us this day once again, and to giving us good health that has seen us go through this procession. My Lord Chief Justice, we have a number of dignitaries present, and they will be recognized at the appropriate time. But we also have the family of the late Honorable Benedicto Kiwanuka with us. You have the members of the bar, you have magistrates, you have the registrars, and all other invited guests. At that opportune time, my Lord, the recognitions will be presented. At the moment, allow me invite the ushers to give us some water. You know, after procession, you need some water to recoup. Administrative announcements, we have our If you need to freshen up, we have them on the Supreme Court building on the ground floor. You will use this exit and move, you'll be properly directed. My Lord Chief Justice, allow me to request the band to give us melodies to set the tempo so that the Spirit can flow amongst us to have this wonderful lecture today. Band, please. I request the top management of the judiciary to proceed and receive the chief guest, Honorable Minister and Attorney General. Our guest of honor is now with us, and we shall be good to go. Our guest of honor is joining us, and top management and the Honorable Minister and Attorney General have gone to receive her. Once again, I want to say thank you for coming, my lords, the justices and judges. Thank you for being here on this day, and I want to thank the Lord who has given you the journey mercies to be here with us. so happy whenever we see you back here on all these occasions. And my Lord DCJ, thank you for keeping around. That's so wonderful, my Lord. We are really inspired. We are inspired. Thank you. When the chief guest joins us in the tent, we shall all rise up and receive the chief guest. And we shall proceed with the anthems, and thereafter a prayer. Please let us project what's happening outside so that we are able to follow that wonderful scene. Wonderful networking out there, comparing notes. Wonderful. That's the guest of honor entering to be received by the Honorable Chief Justice. As guided, when they enter into, we shall all rise and receive them to take their seats. Our honor, with your permission, as we remain standing, allow me invite Monsignor Charles Kaswante to lead us into the opening prayer. Thank you. We shall begin our prayer with a reading from the Holy Gospel according to Matthew. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the land. Blessed are they who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be satisfied. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the clean of heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are they who are persecuted for the sake of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when they insult you and persecute you and utter every kind of evil against you falsely because of me. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward will be great in heaven. Thus they persecuted the prophets who were before you. Let us pray. God, our Heavenly Father, we glorify you and praise you. We thank you for our country. We thank you for the structures that keep her learning. We thank you for today and for the gathering this morning to remember your servant Benedicto Kiwanuka. We thank you for having given him to us and in our country, and in the capacity he served his motherland till his life was abruptly ended. We thank you for the person he was and all the gifts you endowed him with. We ask you, Lord, that you raise up more people in our country, especially in the judiciary, who will be like him, fearless and ready to stand and promote justice in our country. Lord, bless this gathering this morning for the benefit of everyone in our land. May we all be touched by the events of this gathering, and may our country be blessed because of people like Benedicto Kiwanuka. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. We take our seats. Our guest of honor, my Lord the Chief Justice and Deputy Chief Justice. Allow me at this juncture to invite the Acting Chief Registrar to take us through the program, lay the protocol, and also make some recognitions. My worship, you're always welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, the PRO, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, my Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, my Lords, the Honorable, the Chief Justices Emeritus, my Lord, the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Justice, my Lord, the Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus, my Lord, the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the learned Attorney General, the Honorable Acting Principal Judge, my Lords, the Justices and Judges, serving and retired, the Director of Public Prosecutions, heads of diplomatic missions, members of Parliament, religious leaders, the Deputy Inspector General of Government, chairpersons and members of constitutional commissions, permanent secretaries, our service chiefs, our development partners, senior administrators and heads of departments, judiciary, your worships, the registrars and magistrates, Mr. Francis Gimara, senior counsel, and also the keynote speaker, senior counsel present and members of the Uganda Law Society, the family of the late Benedicto Kiwanuka, invited guests, staff of the judiciary, the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen. Frank D. Roosevelt, the 32nd President of the United States of America, said, courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the assessment that something is more important than fear. Similarly, on home ground, Nelson Mandela, in his book, Long Walk to Freedom, said, I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. 21st September 1972, a man with great courage was taken from his chambers in the High Court of Uganda by soldiers widely believed to be of the regime of the day, that is President Idi Amin. He was never seen nor heard from again. That man was the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, Benedicto Kiwanuka. Fast forward 21st September 2018, on this very ground, the very first Benedicto Kiwanuka Memorial Lecture was held to honor and also keep sight of his legacy. A very good morning to you all. My name is Lamunu Pamela of Chaya. I am the Acting Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, and I welcome you to the 8th Benedicto Kiwanuka Memorial Lecture under the theme, Upholding Justice with Courage, Advancing the Legacy of Benedicto Kiwanuka. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a program, and I would like, with your permission, to run you through the same. We have remarks by the Honorable the DCJ, the Deputy Chief Justice, who is also the Chairperson Organizing Committee. Thereafter, we shall have remarks by the head of the bar, that is the learned Attorney General. We shall thereafter have remarks by the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. We shall then have the keynote address by Mr. Francis Gimara, Senior Counsel. Thereafter, we shall have citation of the awardee by the Honorable Acting Principal Judge, and there shall be presentation of the Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka Award 2025. We shall have then remarks by the awardee. We shall have speech by the Honorable Chief Justice of Uganda, and Right Honorable Speaker, we shall have address by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, which you will deliver, Right Honorable Speaker. We shall then have anthems in reverse order, and we shall have a photo session, and the Chief Justice has welcomed all of us to a reception, and departure shall be at leisure. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, before I run this program any further, allow me to make recognitions of the dignitaries that we have here with you. Right Honorable Speaker, we have the Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, His Lordship Chigamoy Alfonso Windolo, on your right. My Lord, you're most welcome. To your left, Right Honorable Speaker, we have His Lordship, the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, His Lordship Flavian Zeja, your left. My Lord, you are most welcome. We also have their Lordships, the Honorable, the Chief Justices Emeritus. We have His Lordship Bat Katurebe, former Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda. My Lord, you're most welcome. Similarly, Right Honorable Speaker, we have Honorable Justice Benjamin Odoki, former Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda. My Lord, you are most welcome. Right Honorable Speaker, we have the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus, Justice Butera Richard. My Lord, you are most welcome. And he has come with his dear wife. You are most welcome, Mama, Mrs. Butera. Right Honorable Speaker, we have in our midst the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao. You are most welcome, Honorable. We also have the learned Attorney General in our midst, Honorable Kiwanuka Chiriowa. You are most welcome. Right Honorable Speaker, in our midst we also have the Acting Principal Judge, Justice Jane Kajuga Okuo. My Lord, you are most welcome. And we have the keynote speaker, Francis Gimara, Senior Counsel, who will grace us with the message for this day. You are most welcome, Senior Counsel, and we look forward to hearing from you. Right Honorable Speaker, we have Justices of the Supreme Court present. My Lords, I will ask you to stand as we have only one actually, Justice Catherine Bamugemerere. My Lord, thank you for coming. We also have Right Honorable Speaker, Justices of the Court of Appeal. My Lords, I shall ask you to stand as a group due to time constraints. Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, we also have judges of the High Court. My Lords, may I request that you stand as a group for recognition. Thank you very much. We have the family of Benedicto Kiwanuka Kajimu, and I will request that you stand up for recognition, the family of Benedicto. Thank you very much. The family of the late Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka Kajimu. With your permission, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to welcome the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Justice, who is also the Chairperson Organizing Committee, to come and make his welcome remarks. My Lord, you're welcome.
The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, representing the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Chief Justices Emeritus. In the interest of time, let me stand on the protocol which the Chief Registrar outlined. Good morning to you all. I heartily welcome the Right Honorable Speaker representing the President of the Republic of Uganda to this occasion for the commemoration of the late Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka. I also deeply welcome and thank you all, our visitors, for turning up in big numbers. Your presence is a testament of your commitment to justice, the rule of law, and honoring Kiwanuka's legacy. The late Benedicto Kiwanuka was the first Ugandan Chief Justice who was martyred for his commitment to human rights and the independence of the judiciary. Therefore, this annual commemoration is both a reflection and a continuation of his good works. The theme of this year is upholding justice with courage, advancing the Benedicto Kiwanuka Legacy. We have a keynote speaker lined up to talk about the theme, and we look forward to his presentation. This year's theme is intended to remind us all that this day is not only about remembering the past, but also drawing inspiration from his principles of courage, resilience, and unwavering commitment to justice. I therefore call upon everyone, most especially judicial officers and legal practitioners, to emulate Kiwanuka's ideals. You must remain firm and resilient in upholding the rule of law and judicial independence. As is the custom, we shall have the Benedicto Kiwanuka Life Achievement Award presented to the awardee for this year, and I will welcome him. He shall be unveiled at the appropriate time, and I will welcome him together with his family. In pursuance of the ideals that the late Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka died for, the judiciary is committed to advancing access to justice for all by eliminating delays, fighting corruption, and reducing case backlog. I urge all stakeholders to join hands with the judiciary in promoting the rule of law, protecting human rights, and ensuring a functional and just system for all Ugandans. I take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Chief Justice, who has consistently ensured that this day continues to be celebrated annually. And in the same vein, I thank the Honorable Chief Justice who started this award. I commend all the members of the organizing committee for their efforts in ensuring that this day is a success. I once again thank you for sparing your time to celebrate with us the life of a judicial icon for God and my country.
Thank you very much, the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Justice, for welcoming us. And still, Right Honorable Speaker, in honoring the sacrifice and commitment to rule of law by Benedicto Kiwanuka, and before I call the next speaker, allow me to make more recognitions, Right Honorable Speaker. We have Ms. Maureen Kasande, the Undersecretary Judiciary, who is also representing the Permanent Secretary to the Judiciary. You're most welcome. Right Honorable Speaker, we have retired judges and justices and judges, and Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to introduce them to you. We have Honorable Justice Remy Kasule, retired Justice of the Court of Appeal. My Lord, we are honored to have you. We also have Honorable Vincent Zerukize, retired Judge of the High Court. My Lord, thank you for coming. We have the Honorable Lady Justice Flavia Senoga Anglin, retired Judge of the High Court. My Lord, we are honored to have you. Right Honorable Speaker, we also have religious leaders present in our midst, and we have Monsignor Charles Kasibante, representing His Grace, the Archbishop Paul Semogerere of Kampala Archdiocese. Senior, you're most welcome. We also have Sheikh Mohammed Ali Aluma, Deputy Secretary General, representing the Mufti Uganda Muslim Supreme Council. We warmly welcome you this morning. Right Honorable Speaker, we also have Father Richard Nyombi, who is the Vicar for Religious Leaders, Kampala Archdiocese. We are glad to have you. We also have Reverend Hilary Jaffu, Assistant Provost, All Saints Cathedral. We are very happy to have you and send our greetings to All Saints Cathedral. We have Dina Chasimire, representing Inspector General of Police. Thank you very much for coming. We have CP Brenda Sana of Uganda Prison Services. We are very glad to have you. We have the Deputy IGGs. We have Miss Anne Twinomugisha Muheire. There is also Dr. Patricia Chan Okiria. Yes, thank you for coming. And we have Miss Anne Twinomugisha Muheire. Did she leave? I saw her myself. I guess she left, but she was here earlier. We have members from the Judicial Service Commission, Right Honorable Speaker, and we have Mr. Jimmy Okello, a member of the Judicial Service Commission. Thank you very much for coming. We have Mr. Sam Mugisa, representing the Secretary, Judicial Service Commission. Thank you very much for coming. We have the Judiciary Council present, and we have Mr. Herbert Nsubuga. Thank you so much for coming. And in the academia, Right Honorable Speaker, we have Dr. Kisubi Esther, Dean, School of Law, Kampala International University. We are very glad to have you, Madam. We have the Administrator General present, that is Mr. Victor Manzi. We are very glad to have you, the Administrator General. We have from LDC, we have Ms. Lydia Namuli, who is the Manager, Legal Aid Clinic. Ms. Lydia Namuli, thank you for coming. And we also have Ms. Rachel Odoi Musoke, who is from Governance, Peace and Security Program. Thank you so much for coming. We have Dr. Sylvia Namubiru, who is the CEO of Last Minute. Thank you very, very much for coming. We have retired Major General Matega, family member of Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus. We are very glad to have you here. We have Senior Counsel, Ms. Fiona Wall. We are very happy to have you, Ms. Fiona Wall. She was also here. She's gone out. Okay, we have recognized her presence in her absence, but I know she'll be coming back. We have heads of diplomatic missions. We have heads of diplomatic missions. We have His Excellency Matthias Shava, the Netherlands. And we have His Excellency Ode de Jong. We are very glad to have you. We have development partners, Sharon Lesa Nyambe of the UNODC. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. We have Dr. Kitio Edward from the United Nations African Institute. Thank you so very much for coming. We have Patrick Okecho, Assistant Legal Officer of the UNHCR. Thank you for coming. And we have Michael Wells from the UNHCR as well. Thank you so very much for coming. We have Ian King, Deputy Resident Representative, UNDP. And we have Annette Mpabulunji Wakabi, Team Leader, Governance and Peace Security. Thank you very much. We have also Ms. Barbara Kiley, Country Director, IDLO. Thank you very much for coming. We have Mr. Samson Asimwe from IDLO as well. It's not here? Okay. I have him ticked as here. We have Dr. Katia Yvonne Kashbauma, the Coordination Office for Development Cooperation of the Austrian Embassy, Kampala. We have Mr. Matthew Krensil. Okay, this one was represented by Michael Wells, which I've already mentioned. We have Ms. Jocelyn Bigira, Intergovernment Authority on Development, IGAD. Thank you very much for coming. And we have Mr. Bernard Owundo, Senior Counsel. Mr. Bernard, you're welcome. We have Dr. Rueza Daniel from the academia. Thank you very much. And we have the Director of LDC and my namesake, Dr. Pamela Tibihira. My namesake, you're very most welcome. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me now to proceed to the next program, And I would like to invite the head of the bar, the learned Attorney General, to come and make his remarks. Honorable.
The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Annette Among, whom we fondly call Triple A, representing His Excellency the President today, Your Lordship, the Honorable the Chief Justice, Alfonso Winyidolo, the Deputy Chief Justice, Justice Zeija, Chief Justices Emeritus present, Cabinet Ministers present, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the protocol already established. It is with profound honor that I stand before you on this solemn occasion as we gather to commemorate the life, the legacy, and the extraordinary contribution of the late Honorable Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka. 53 years have passed since that fateful day on 21st September 1972, when the Chief Justice Kiwanuka was last seen alive. We are reminded today not merely of a life so brutally cut short, but of a light that still shines, a beacon guiding our commitment to justice, constitutional order, and the dignity not only of the law, but our fellow man and woman. Benedicto Kiwanuka was not simply a Chief Justice. He was an embodiment of judicial independence, a steadfast guardian of constitutional governance, and a man whose moral courage set a standard that transcends generations. From June 27, 1971 to 21st September 1972, that is his tenure, though brief, was marked by a fearless fidelity to the rule of law. At a time when authoritarian currents swept across our continent, he stood as a resolute bulwark against the erosion of constitutional order. He did not yield to intimidation. He did not compromise the independence of the courts. In so doing, he etched his name in our national history as a jurist of principle and honor. From his life and sacrifice, three enduring lessons speak with as much urgency today as they did in his time. One, primacy of judicial independence. Chief Justice Kiwanuka understood that once the judiciary bows to political or public expedience, it ceases to be a judiciary at all. He leaves us a clear charge: the rule of law can only flourish when courts are free, impartial, and immune from external influence. Courage in the face of adversity. His disappearance is a solemn reminder that integrity sometimes demands the highest price. His courage, however, was not reckless. It was a deliberate choice to uphold the principle over personal safety, constitutionalism, and foundation of justice. To Chief Justice Kiwanuka, the Constitution was not a static text, but a living covenant, a shield for rights and freedoms, and a compass of governance. His legacy compels us to be vigilant custodians of that covenant. To honor him is to act in his spirit. The responsibility is shared. For the judiciary, guard integrity with vigilance, preserve independence, and ensure that justice is done as well as seen to be done. For the executive, as Attorney General, I reaffirm our constitutional duty to operate strictly within the bounds of the law and to give counsel that serves both state and public good. To our political class, the rule of law is not necessarily restricted to the executive. It behoves all of us participating in the political space or arena to always treat our judiciary with respect, with dignity, and a deference in order to uphold the independence of the judiciary to adjudicate matters before them without fear or favor. For the bar, uphold the highest standards of ethics, advocate without fear or favor, and remain steadfast in holding every arm of government accountable, including yourselves. For the public, protect the judiciary from unnecessary and unwarranted rebuke. For example, by responsible use of the media and social media. The general public should avoid sending or spreading unfounded rumors and meting out personal attacks against judicial officers. The general public should promote fact-based disclosure, and call out unfair narratives targeting the judiciary. By advocating for judicial independence, this forms the cornerstone upon which the judiciary can effectively administer justice to all in a fair and impartial manner. Therefore, I call upon the public to support organizations and the media outlets that promote judicial independence and speak against clear threats to it. Respecting court's decision, even when you disagree with them, by expressing constructive criticism within the legal and ethical limits. For example, by appealing the decision that you disagree with. That's how you do it legally. D, advocating for rule of law and engaging with the judiciary through transparent channels like bar bench meetings and supporting judicial education programs that enhance accountability. And lastly, the need for the public to foster public trust and confidence in the judiciary and ensure that they do not engage in attempts to delegitimize the judiciary for political or personal gain. My Lord, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Speaker, I always call upon the public to be mindful that there is a common misconception that judicial independence is only, if at all, interfered with by the executive. This is entirely untrue. First, the executive does not interfere with the judiciary. Secondly, the unwarranted attacks on the judiciary by the public in an attempt to intimidate the judiciary into making favorable decisions is a more clear form of interference of judicial independence. So I call upon all of us to refrain from such acts. The struggle that defined Kiwanuka's service is far from over. We face new and complex challenges. For example, corruption that erodes the fabric of governance, gaps in access to justice that deny equality before the law, the urgent need for the judiciary to harness technology without losing its human heart, the lack of understanding of the role of the judiciary by the public, social media and new media, where faceless persons attack the judiciary and erode the independence in the name of accountability. And lastly, the failure to understand the role of the judiciary in economic emancipation of our country. If we meet these challenges with the resolve that Chief Justice Kiwanuka displayed, we will not only preserve his legacy, but we will extend it. As we mark this 8th memorial lecture, let us renew our covenant with the values he held. Defend judicial independence without compromise, uphold the Constitution as our supreme law, guarantee equal access to justice for all, maintain uncompromising professional ethics, and nurture a national culture rooted in respect for the rule of law. In conclusion, Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka's life was cut short, but his ideals live on. In every verdict that favors the truth, in every lawyer who serves justice, and in every citizen who believes in constitutional order. Let us not only remember the man, let us live by his principles. Let us build a justice system that will recognize with pride, fair, impartial, accessible, anchored in the rule of law. He reminded us that justice delayed is justice denied. Let us therefore work tirelessly to ensure that justice in Uganda is not only swift, but also fair, transparent, and grounded in constitutional fidelity. As I leave the podium, let me thank the Chief Justice and the judiciary for the tireless efforts to uphold justice in our motherland, Uganda. You have done well thus far. Your work does not go unnoticed. It is appreciated, and we applaud you. Keep up the good work as we work for a better judiciary. May the office and my office and the entire government will continue to support the judiciary in this endeavor. Let me also congratulate the yet to be unveiled awardee of the Benedicto Kiwanuka Award 2025. I am sure the decision made by the judiciary is fitting. May the memory of the late Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka continue to guide and inspire our collective service and to the noble cause of justice. I thank you. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the learned Attorney General, for these remarks. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to make a few more recognitions before we move to the next program. We have senior administrators and heads of Department of Judiciary, and I request that you stand up for recognition as a group. Thank you so much for coming. Right Honorable Speaker, we have registrars of the judiciary, and I request your worships to stand up as a group for recognition. Your worships, thank you for coming in this number. We also have magistrates of the judiciary, and I request your worships to stand for recognition. Your worships, thank you, and we are very honored to have you. Right Honorable Speaker, we also have staff of the judiciary, and I request that they stand up for recognition. Staff of the judiciary, thank you very much, and thank you for your service. We also have, Right Honorable Speaker, students of Makerere University Moot Executive, and I request that they stand up for recognition. Thank you very much for coming. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission, allow me to invite the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to give us his remarks. Honorable.
Our guest of honor, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, representing the President of the Republic of Uganda, my Lord the Chief Justice, and the entire judiciary. Let me stand on the protocol established. In reality, a speech as this one is simply to tickle you, because we are all here waiting to listen to the keynote address. Now that I've been given the chance, and you know that not only as a lawyer, but also as a politician, I cannot resist a microphone. That is the kind of courage I have not yet acquired. I've not yet got any courage to resist a microphone. But let me make the following points. Your values are the ones that put you in jeopardy as the judiciary. They are there written on your wall. Independence, impartiality, transparency, professionalism, integrity, accountability, and equality. The truth is, you are not parties to the disputes that come before you. I'll never get tired of repeating that. So we start our fights outside the courtroom. Eventually, we drag each other before you. Then when we are not happy, we blame you. It's a very nice game, which I think will never end until probably Jesus returns. So my speech is about consoling you to learn to live with this kind of thing. It's like bad weather. You really have no choice but to live with it. The other thing I would like to say is about the person we are remembering today. We have to thank the judiciary for having a standard bearer. Now, a standard is like a ruler, and we are imperfect, and neither was Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka perfect. But he aspired to perfection. It's a bit like drawing a line with your hand. And in your own opinion, you may think it is the straightest line anyone in the world could ever draw. But then there is a ruler. When you bring the ruler, that's when you see how crooked the line you have drawn is. This is what we go through every day. And the people who we call great are simply the people who never stopped striving. So this occasion is in a way to encourage yourselves. Benedicto Kiwanuka did his part. Now, you are supposed to follow him. The question now is, so who was he following? It is important to know who the person you're following is following. I'm a Christian, a Roman Catholic. I follow my bishops, archbishops, and the Pope. But my consolation is derived from knowing who they are following. If they are following Jesus, then I'm very comfortable. And when they stop following Jesus, then the contradictions emerge. So Benedicto Kiwanuka was known to be an ardent Christian of the Roman Catholic faith. He went to Mass every day at 7 a.m., just like Julius Nyerere, President of Tanzania. It doesn't matter where he was. Even if he was in New York attending a UN session, he would start his day with Mass. It is important to know that anybody can be learned. In fact, anybody can even know the Bible. The problem is living it. I therefore dare say that, given our motto, which is for God and my country, we have got to remember the Christian foundations of some of the things that we do. And Ben Kiwanuka was one such person. There are many books you need to read. I have read them many times because I lead the political party that he once led, and it is in that role that he led the struggle for Uganda's independence and led the government delegation to Lancaster House, where he showed a lot of courage. Now, being courageous invokes images of battle. There must be something you are fighting against. You are fighting against pressures, as the learned Attorney General said. And the pressures come from all sides. Actually, the pressure can start from your conference room, where you are trying to agree on what should be the fulcrum of a case. And then you have pressures, seniority, I'm more senior than you, so give way to me. That is one arena of pressure, particularly if you're a young judicial officer. The other arena is, of course, now where you have to resist pressures of those who are politically powerful. Now, for us who are in politics, we lead multitudes, and our goal usually is to win. At least I will be honest enough to say that. In any case, we are well known for brazenly denying things that we have said even earlier. So and now we thank God for AI, because I can say something and later say, no, that was AI generated. I never said it. I've seen it all over the place. But you, our judicial officers, are different. So you find a situation where the president is very upset about bail. And you must know why he talks like that. You must contextualize the statements we make as politicians. He has an audience. And many times, my Lord the Chief Justice, you have defended the right of accused persons to bail in the presence of the president. Now that is courage. Even your predecessor did that. Just after the president had said, I don't want bail for those who have been accused of heinous crimes. And then the Chief Justice stands up. My colleagues in the judiciary, please continue granting bail according to the law. And the president is seated there. I love that. After all, the law is written. It is in black and white. Now, the worst cowardice is when you start censoring yourself without anybody even talking to you. You start imagining. And some of those pressures also are the pressures of careerism, of course. We all want to rise. If you are a priest, you want to be a bishop. If you're a bishop, you want to be an archbishop. And probably to become a cardinal and then sit in that conclave. And by chance, you can easily be elected the pontiff. That's another form of pressure. And that can easily force you to start putting brakes on what you believe to be right. Now, the real battleground is actually your conscience. Many times you have to choose who or what to betray. Because you like Ben Kiwanuka, he chose not to betray his conscience. And that's why what happened to him happened to him. Now, all of you are here, and I know I've talked to many of you. Many of you actually were very reluctant to even become where you are. Nowadays, of course, because of the better conditions, people are looking at the judiciary just as another job, which is something we really have to debate. And the Judicial Service Commission really needs to reduce the size of the sieve. Sometimes, when you are picked, please have the courage to ask the person who has picked you, why have you picked me? My Lord, the Chief Justice, let me reveal something here. When you were appointed a minister, when you had gone to the Constituent Assembly, as an ardent multipartist in a movement-dominated Constituent Assembly. And you know, myself and the Honorable Regan Okumu somehow thought that you owed it to us, that you needed to come and explain why you were making the decision. And we came to visit you. And then you said you actually had a conversation with the president, and you asked him, I hope this does not mean I'm going to be on opposite sides with your majority. In fact, the supermajority in the Constituent Assembly. And the president said, please, you are free to vote with your multi-partist group. That conversation is helpful because it front-loads you. I don't know whether Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka ever had such a conversation with Idi Amin. For instance, you are a person known to kill people. You have taken power by force, something I disagree with. Why have you chosen me? I don't think that conversation took place. But students of literature will obviously remember a conversation between King Henry VIII and his newly appointed Chancellor, who you all remember, Thomas More. I wrote it down here. More was appointed because he earned the king's trust. The reason you are judicial officers is because the people with the power to make appointments trust you. There's nobody here who is mistrusted. That is the one thing that should set you up to act with courage. Back to More. When More asked Henry why he was chosen, this is what the king said. And he was not an easy king. You know, he was not afraid to also cut off the heads of his own wives. Now, if someone can do that to his sweetheart, then you can imagine what else. The king says, because you are honest. What is more to the purpose, you are known to be honest. There are those like Norfolk who follow me because I wear the crown. And there are those like Master Cromwell who follow me because they are jackals with sharp teeth and I'm their lion. And there is a mass that follows me because they follow anything that moves. And then there is you, Thomas More. If you fit that qualification in the eyes of the appointing authority, then there is nothing for you to fear. And that is why I referred to the discussion between the President and Chief Justice Owindolo about what would have been a big dilemma to any newly appointed minister. Of course, why does Moore accept the appointment? And now, as president of the Democratic Party, I have to give this answer because everybody asks, how could a man as decent as Benedicto Kiwanuka accept to be Chief Justice to such a man? Why? Because, like Thomas More, he was a patriot. He was a Ugandan, and the leader of Uganda at that time was Idi Amin. But there's a second reason. He believed he would make a better Chief Justice than any other Ugandan then alive at that time. Of course, being a Chief Justice under Amin puts you in a very awkward situation. And definitely, being Chancellor under Thomas More, under King Henry VIII, put Thomas More in a very awkward position. Here's a man who is busy denouncing the Pope, who Thomas More adores. And here is a man who wants divorce contrary to the rules of the church. In fact, he ends up establishing himself as a head of the church. That's why we have the Church of England. So there are two reasons why Benedicto Kiwanuka accepted. His patriotism, which he displayed even in relation to the king of Buganda. As you remember, he defied the powers that be at Mengo. He wanted to build a national movement. And he disagreed with the politics of disenfranchising the people of Buganda at that time, because there was a proposal that the members of parliament would be elected by the members of the provincial parliament, the Lukiko of the kingdom. And Benedicto Kiwanuka said no. Everybody else, the Bachiga, the Acholis, the Karamajong, they are going to cast a vote each. What's wrong with you who think that somebody else sitting in Bulange should vote on our behalf? For that, he was ostracized. He was denied power. So he chose principle over power. And of course, the second reason is that he was the most qualified. Now, if you are a patriot and if you are qualified, you can wield the sword of courage without fear or favor. Let me conclude. For us who are lawyers, we also need role models. Of course, there are those who have their own kind of role models because of the kind of world in which we live. You may have Rastafarian hair, and that can also be a role model to others. And the Constitution allows that. You are even actually free to plant a tree and worship it every morning. Nobody is going to. But we cannot afford to have tin gods in the legal profession. We must have real standards. We must have something substantive that we admire. In other words, in a cake, you have the icing and you have the cake. We now live in a world where people adore the icing and not the cake. The fact that the icing is sweeter does not mean it is really the cake. I'm speaking in idioms, because I'm trying to be polite. There are ways for us to carry Benedicto Kiwanuka's courage forward. I know the Attorney General has said that you must balance your independence with accountability. That's very important, because those are the two sides of the coin. On one side, you are independent. On the other side, you have got to be accountable. Mainly really to those who come before you. You are not here to please anybody. You are here to serve the truth. It comes at a cost sometimes. You get written about badly. My Lord Chief Justice, you are the most cartooned Chief Justice in the history of Uganda. I'm glad you have a sense of humor. They draw your cartoons, they put patches of yellow. But really, again, when you make judgments that please people, then people are jumping up and down praising you. The pendulum of justice swings either way. Sometimes it swings against us, sometimes it swings for us. The Attorney General sometimes is floored badly here. I've not heard him call a press conference to call you names. We pass laws in Parliament, Madam Speaker, and the courts start coming with scissors and they start trimming the law, cutting off pieces. This is something we must accept as the system which is the best, apart from having anarchy. We need the judiciary, or else we are going to have anarchy. Even if they don't make a decision you like. The mere fact that somebody says, please don't beat me, take me to court. That's what I always hear people say. Why do they want to come to court? Because they know they will at least be able to have a listening ear. Provided it is balanced, that's what matters the most. So let us ensure that justice is accessible and not just technical. I have previously made a controversial statement that the Constitution is not a suicide pact. That if the alternative is for the nation to die, then you rather throw the Constitution. Because there's no Constitution unless there's Uganda first. Of course, I was lambasted by the law professors. I one day will defend myself. Your use of technology and innovation is most welcome, and it allows that justice is accessible. And then for the lawyers, I have to thank you for offering pro bono services, because you make justice accessible to the ordinary people. I say that with pride because I was a legal aid lawyer myself in my early years. And the government has supported access by ensuring that courts are as near as possible to the people. And we have to salute the leadership of the Chief Justice and the team here for ensuring that now we are going to have courts of appeal. We are going to have a magistrate's court in every constituency. These are efforts that people don't talk about. But when you make one judgment which the people are unhappy with, they forget everything you have done. The use of the ECMIS, which now is being balanced also at the Attorney General's chambers with something they call, is it EDOC? Yes. Attorney General's chambers now is very accountable. You can't sit on a file. You know those days people would say, there is a state attorney who is sitting on a file. The Attorney General can see on his screen. I haven't signed on, but I've been told it even has a color scheme, that if you are beyond the deadline, it turns red to annoy you and remind you that, you know, this is something that you should do. You should up your game. So today, Ben Kiwanuka still speaks to us. In fact, the keynote speaker is Benedicto Kiwanuka. Through his life, he speaks to us. He is saying, monitor and shape your lives according to the values that he upheld. So, the remembrance cannot just be in that statue or the plaque or the award you are going to give. The best remembrance is through the actions of all of us. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also to make a few more recognitions. We have the advocates, members of Uganda Law Society and the legal fraternity. May I request that you stand up for recognition? We are very glad to have you here, our dear members and stakeholders. We also have the former Katikiro of Buganda, Mr. Mulwanyamuli Semogerere, who is also a member of the Ben Kiwanuka family. Thank you. Thank you. We are honored to have you. We have Mr. Musa Mudoy, Advisor, Human Rights and Accountability, Governance and Security Program Secretariat, my OB. You're very welcome. We also have Mr. William Tumwine, representing the Registrar General, URSB. Thank you very much. We are very glad to have you. And now, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to move to the next program. And in that, I invite the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Justice, who will invite the keynote speaker, Mr. Francis Gimara, Senior Counsel. My Lord.
Our esteemed guests, allow me to introduce the keynote speaker, Mr. Francis Gimara, who is a senior counsel. I request you to stand up, sir. Francis Gimara, senior counsel, is a legal practitioner and a jurist with a demonstrable record of integrity for over 20 years. He is a skilled legal practitioner with expertise in corporate governance, alternative dispute resolution, and regional integration law. He is highly respected senior counsel and has been ranked by Chambers International as one of the leading lawyers in the 2025 ranking. He holds degrees and professional certifications in law. So, you know, he's famed when he was president. He started something called Bury the Cat. I'm sure the lawyers remember. Now, the Bury the Cat program, you know, one time the rats were wondering how the cat was catching them with the best precision whenever they would be gnawing on some food leftovers inside the house. So they decided that the best way to ensure that it doesn't catch them without notice is by putting a bell around the neck of the cat. So at the moment it starts moving, then the bell alerts them. Of course, when in the meeting they started wondering who should actually put that bell. Up to now, the cat is still catching mice. So, of course, that was an anti-corruption strategy, which is commendable. Of course, he's famed for that. Now, leadership. He is the head of African Law Practice, East Africa, a fully integrated law and professional services firm with presence in Kampala, Juba, Nairobi, and Dar es Salaam. So he's regional. Academic qualifications, he holds a Bachelor of Laws from Makerere University, which he acquired in 2002, a diploma in legal practice from the Law Development Center, which he acquired in 2003, a Master of Laws from the University of Cambridge, which he got in 2008, a Master's in Dispute Resolution, which he acquired from Pepperdine in 2024. And in addition, he holds a postgraduate diploma in business management, Heriot-Watt University in 2013. That's where he acquired it from. Diploma in corporate governance, which he acquired from the Institute of Corporate Governance 2024. and a certificate in international commercial arbitration, which he acquired in Pepperdine University in 2024. Professional engagements, he is the current chairperson of the PPDA Appeals Tribunal, and he became chairperson in 2021. He is a board member with several reputable institutions and companies in East Africa, including Center for Public Interest Law since 2009, Tanzania Cement Company in 2024, DFCU Limited in 2024, and was recently appointed to the board of MTN Foundation Limited in 2025. He is an advisory council member, Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, what we normally call CWEIC, since 2021. He is a member of the committees of the Judiciary of Uganda, including the Law Reform and Research Committee and the Case Backlog Monitoring Committee. Additionally, he is a member of the Judiciary of Tanzania ADR Committee. He has in the past served as inaugural chair of the Governance and Ethics Committee, Rotary District 9213, 2024-2025, and the president of the Uganda Law Society 2016-2017. He belongs to a number of professional associations. He's a member of several legal professional bodies, including the Uganda Law Society, the East African Law Society, International Bar Association, Pan-African Lawyers Union, and Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. Extracurricular, he is a Rotarian with the Rotary Club of Kampala and the chief convener of the Guru City Marathon in northern Uganda, which takes place every first Saturday of December. But he has actually participated in marathons in the entire East Africa, including a marathon on Mount Kilimanjaro. That is the person that is going to speak to you today. Senior Counsel Jimara, it's my pleasure to invite you to come and address the theme of the day.
With utmost humility, may I recognize the Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, representing His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice. Allow me, with again a lot of respect, stand on the protocol well elaborated by the Acting Chief Registrar. I am deeply honored and humbled to be invited by the Honorable Chief Justice, His Lordship Alphonse Chigamoy Owinidolo, to deliver this keynote address. I thank you, my Lord Chief Justice, for the invitation. However, when I got this invitation through the organizing committee, my first response was to decline. Why? Because when I looked at the people who had presented the earlier memorial lectures, most of them had reached the mountain top of their careers. Former Chief Justices, Justices of the Supreme Court, and then me, who is just downstairs the mountain, what would I do delivering such an eminent talk? So the first response was to tell the Acting Chief Registrar that that's not possible, give me time to think about it. And then I found solace in something that happened many years ago. Before 36 years, I had been invited to be a canon of the Church of Uganda by two bishops. Again, I reflected then, at 36, 34, being a canon of the Church of Uganda. So I declined to be a canon because the people again who had been lined up for that canonship were retired senior citizens who had done a lot for this country. But one of the bishops was so stubborn, he decided to put my name on the day of ordination, even when I didn't show up, and took a picture. He said there's a canon who has declined to come. So I thought about it, but again, when I looked at the topic of today, the theme, upholding justice with courage, I thought that maybe I should come and speak to that theme, maybe, and the reason for me was very simple. This is not an address to the audience alone, but I'll be speaking to myself as well, because it resonates with me. So I said, why, let me write something I would like to speak to about myself. So as I read this, I'd like to let all of us know that's also something that is very personal to me as I speak. And of course, the question for me and all of us is, how are we advancing Benedicto Kiwanuka's legacy? That's the question. And we know that in any country, there are moments that alter the course of history. For Uganda, the person of Benedicto Kiwanuka and what happened to him is one of those moments that altered our history. Benedicto Kiwanuka has been articulated by many people, was more than just a political leader. He was a lawyer, a servant leader, a statesman, a martyr, and above all, a patriot of justice. He stood at the dawn of our independence as our first Prime Minister of Uganda, and later as the first Ugandan Chief Justice. And he came forth to embody the values that we all would wish to see for ourselves, to see for our families, to see for society. The values of integrity, courage, and dedication to the rule of law in a fragile new nation. His leadership, though came to a tragic end, reminds us that legacy must transcend a tragic end. His legacy is a testament to principled leadership in a post-colonial Uganda. It's also a testament that your ideals can continue to live on even when you are gone. His voice continues to echo in our constitution, in our courts, and in every fight for justice and human dignity. His legacy goes beyond books and memorials. And I want to start by saying 3 things for me as a student of leadership that I remember about his legacy. Because as leaders, the thing that we must be concerned about is our legacy. What will I be remembered about when I'm no longer in this office? For Benedicto Kiwanuka, 3 things come out very loudly. That one, that the fight, there is an ongoing fight for justice in Uganda and beyond. And in an era where political pressures, like it has been pointed out, oftenly challenge the rule of law, Benedicto Kiwanuka reminds us that authentic leadership requires nothing else but integrity and a willingness to sacrifice for the greater good of society. The second point, he reminds us that leadership should never and is not measured by how long you have lived, but by the strength of the principles you are willing to stand up for, even if it costs your life. And the third thing, he reminds us that authentic leadership should not and must not succumb to fear. He emphasized that power must be accountable and that every person's dignity must be legally protected. We all know, like the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice have ably stated, that his appointment came at a very difficult time. And there were questions why such a decent man would take up that appointment. President Amin had just taken power 5 months earlier, and the rule of law had been replaced by rule, by decree, and we all know the events that led to his tragic death. It is that one act of saying that if everyone has declined to hear Daniel Stewart's habeas corpus applications, bring the file to me. That's what cost his life. And in issuing a writ of habeas corpus and ordering Stewart's release, he stated, and I quote, that the military forces of this country have no powers of arrest of any kind whatsoever. That courage, that statement, that action cost him his life. But again, in losing his life, we are here today to dig in about the timeless lessons we can derive from him regarding courage and justice. Courage is the soul of justice. Justice without courage is fragile. Courts may pronounce, but without fearless judges, justice cannot be pursued and defended. Benedicto Kiwanuka understood this well. He said the pursuit of justice requires, he taught us that the pursuit of justice requires the willingness to confront tyranny, corruption, and violence, even when the personal cost is high. His life challenges us that today, in a world where judicial officers, human rights defenders, and reformers face challenges, his example reminds us that without courage, justice is nothing but rhetoric. I am reminded by the words of Honorable Justice William Wako Wambuzi during the first Benedicto Kiwanuka Memorial Lecture. My Lord Chief Justice, he called for Kiwanuka's legacy of fearless commitment to justice and the rule of law to be protected as a national trust and heritage. And it is very commendable that by bringing on board an award to deserving citizens, that clarion call by Justice Wambuzi, Chief Justice Emeritus, has been answered. But again, his clarion call of upholding justice with courage, which was issued in 2018 during the first memorial lecture, is a reminder that this noble institution of the judiciary should be protected, should be promoted, and should be developed to develop internal strength to protect the rights of citizens. We must, like the Attorney General ably stated, ensure that our courts are free from any interference. People like to talk of only executive interference, but I agree with him, interference from any angle. The courts must be guided solely by law and conscience. The Benedicto Kiwanuka story reminds me of a story I read from the Roman Empire involving Helvidius Priscus. He was a Roman senator, very outspoken, but whom Emperor Vespasian commanded not to appear in Senate. Helvidius was fully aware that intimidation deterred everyone in Rome, an exchange of which inevitably came to the threat of death by the emperor. And he told Helvidius, if you don't stop, I shall put you to death. Helvidius fiercely looked Vespasian in the eye and said, you will do your part, and I will do mine. It is your part to kill. It is mine to die. But not in fear. Yours to banish me, mine to depart without sorrow. And as truly Vespasian promised, Helvidius was banished, he was kicked out of the palace and later executed. He lost his job, he lost his life. The two things we fear to lose most. However, we must remember that the most crucial point is that despite having lost those things, the job and the life, they actually utilized them while they were at it. I share this story to inspire our self-reflection through Benedicto Kiwanuka's bravery. He had his life and his role as Chief Justice, and he wasn't afraid to risk losing either. In fact, he reminds us that we have more strength than we think. If they can force you, Seneca told Hercules, then you have forgotten how to die. Ultimately, both stories show us that while power may be fleeting, principles endure. Helvidius and Kiwanuka's assassins followed them in death. And they are long gone. But the difference is that unlike their assassins, their names are written in history with indelible ink. So what should we take away from Benedicto Kiwanuka? I have raised 5 antennas based on the concept of the rule of law, popularized and emphasized by Professor Dicey in his leading treatise, The Law of the Constitution. These, for me, are 5 things. We have to look at our performance today and also underscore our expectation. One is we should look at the climate generally. Is there a general clarity of the law? That's the first thing we must ask ourselves as we reflect on Benedicto Kiwanuka. The other thing, is there an existence of an adequate and justiciable Bill of Rights, and how are we implementing it? Is the second antenna. The third, do we have an independent judiciary? Yes, we do. But how do we make it more independent and strengthen it? Is the third antenna. The fourth is an independent legal profession. Do we have it? How do we make it work? Then lastly, the climate of legality. How do we also raise that antenna much higher than we have? So unlike my Lord Chief Justice, the attack on the judiciary, much of it has not taken into account that this is the only judiciary we have. It behoves all of us to make it work. Sometimes when we attack this judiciary without taking account of the positive things they have done, we become very unfair. And I want to say, use the analogy of the antenna to say the antenna may not be up the way we want it on all these things, but this institution has tried to raise the antenna of the rule of law. And I can demonstrate, and I think that we need to encourage, because many times you never know how tough a job is until you sit there. But when you sit there, it is our duty to encourage those who are there. That, okay, here you may be at this point, but maybe go up. And in my talk, I want to say that regarding the clarity of law. This judiciary has done something commendable. Whether you look at how they have dealt with colonial inherited laws like the Witchcraft Act, false news under the Penal Code, the Anti-Pornography Act, the offenses of being rogue and vagabond under the Penal Code, the judiciary has come out very clear and nullified these offenses. When we look at the second antenna, yes, we have a Bill of Rights. There's been a solid attempt to promote this Bill of Rights. Whether we interrogate the right of life from the Susan Chigula decision, if we take it to the right to liberty and look at the decision of Joseph Tumushabe versus Attorney General, if we look to the right to a fair hearing in the context of trials by military courts, there was already a Uganda, a decision of Attorney General versus Uganda Law Society. If we look at the right of access to information, there's been some work in that space. If we look at freedom from torture, you can read Chamonya Simon versus Attorney General. You see that there's been some work in those spaces. But I'd like to point out 3 branches under the Bill of Rights where I think we need to raise the antenna. The first is the right to personal liberty. I want to speak to especially the issue of granting bail. Again, in the FHRI and Tumushabe cases, the judiciary has been very loud on these issues. Let me just run through the finding of the Supreme Court in the Tumushabe case on what they said regarding bail in the court-martial. And I quote from the judgment of Mulenga. This is what it says: that the proposition that a person awaiting trial in the general court-martial is, in respect of bail, governed only by the provisions of the UPDF Act and not by the constitutional provision is based on wrong premises and is untenable. He continues to say, the framers of the Constitution deliberately directed the provisions in Article 23(6) to everybody who happens to be on criminal charge, and so had no reason to particularize any category. The General Court-Martial is not exempted from the constitutional command to comply with the provisions of Chapter 4 or of Article 23(6) in particular. Nor is a person on trial before a military court deprived of the right to reclaim his/her liberty through the order of habeas corpus or application for mandatory bail in appropriate circumstances. In a separate but related decision on bail, stemming from the incident where the military sieged the High Court and rearrested accused persons, granted bail in the Dr. Kiza Besigye and others case, the language used by the Constitutional Court when criticizing the blatant actions and excesses of the state is worth revisiting. First, the court reflected on the affront to the rule of law and human rights, and it said, I quote, "We have found that what the security and other state agencies did at the premises of and headquarters of the third organ of the state judiciary was an outrageous affront to the Constitution, constitutionalism, and the rule of law in Uganda. We have also found that all other activities that the state has engaged in order to prevent the courts from granting bail to the petitioners and the petitioners from benefiting from their constitutional rights to bail violated their constitutional rights. Secondly, the court went on and stated, and this is powerful, and I quote, "This court cannot sanction any continued prosecution of the petitioners where during the proceedings the human rights of the petitioners have been violated to the extent described above. No matter how strong the evidence against them may be, no fair trial can be achieved, and any subsequent trials would be a waste of time and an abuse of court process." And finally, the court demonstrated the courage we are all celebrating today in affirming its mantle as a temple of justice. It concluded by saying that in the process of producing and presenting suspects in our courts, the police and the prosecution do violate numerous constitutional rights of the accused person. Yet, even where such violations are brought to the notice of the courts, the prosecutions go ahead as if nothing has gone amiss. We think it is high time the judiciary reclaimed its mantle and applied the law to protect fundamental rights and freedoms of our people as the Constitution requires. The Constitutional Court's strongly worded condemnation of human rights violation has found parallels in many court decisions, vacating prosecutions where the accused has been subjected to acts of torture. The best one was the judgment of Justice Ochan in Uganda and Sekabira versus others. This decision has been replicated in several. So while we accuse the judiciary, we should also remember that in such cases, the judiciary has been actually pushing for the respect of the rights of accused person. And I will also briefly point out on the second category of rights, conscientious freedoms, especially the freedom of association and assembly, and I will highlight the Mwanga Kivumbi case and the Human Rights Network case. In fact, in the Human Rights Network case, Parliament enacted POMA again. This move was seen by many as an attempt to reintroduce the same unconstitutional restrictions, and a new name, the Constitutional Court, saw through this. It demonstrated remarkable courage to call out the state on its blatant abuse of power. The third one, which I want to highlight, is the right to a fair hearing. There is again extensive jurisprudence by the courts on the set of rights outlined in 12 clauses of Article 28 that constitute the foundation of the justice system. I will not dwell on this. I have highlighted it in the paper, but we are today very familiar with the Kabazinguruka case, whose ruling was delivered by the Supreme Court on January 31st, 2021. That case represents a culmination of courts demonstrating significant courage in efforts in undertaking their constitutional mandate to check on the executive. And in ruling the way they did in the Kabazinguruka case, the court was standing on a number of several other cases. I must remind you, before Kabazinguruka, there was the Attorney General versus the Law Society again, which again the court had laid emphasis on the challenges around the General Court Martial and how it's constituted. For me, two cases that I think I have been called by friends from the Commonwealth, from the Ugandan judiciary, to say how they are not only helping Uganda, but they are helping the entire jurisprudence framework of the Commonwealth, is the Charles Onyango Bo case and the Kabazinguruka case. Because the case of Kabazinguruka, we must remember that the Supreme Court emphasized that military courts are unsuitable for trying civilians because they lack the necessary competence, independence, or impartiality as required by Article 28 of the Constitution. Of course, this was a much more weighted decision than the decision that Ben Kiwanuka passed, just granting a habeas corpus to only one person. I don't know if the Supreme Court had been in those days, what would have happened. But we all thank, again, the executive that they listened. Of course, there may have been other things following, but we are not where we want to be, but we are also not where we were. We are not where we were. Because if this Kiwanuka decision had been issued in the 70s, I don't think we would have had a Supreme Court today. We would not be here. But again, for me, I celebrate this as a mark of judicial courage. And I only shudder seeing what is happening in Uganda. I shudder to imagine what would have happened if the Supreme Court had decided otherwise by not striking down the challenge provisions of the military law that permitted trial of civilians before the military court. I shudder what would have happened. But the boldness of the decision reminds us that there are still people in the judiciary who are listening to the echoes of Ben Kiwanuka's voice against arbitrary power, against excesses. However, as we reflect, we need to raise the antenna. Because me, I am looking at my lecture from a point of saying a lot has been done, but more can be done. That is the premise of my lecture. Despite all of us receiving the bravery of the Supreme Court, in this decision, I have been disturbed as a citizen about the fallout from the Kiwanuka decision, particularly regarding the granting of bail to individuals tried before the military courts. While the High Court has granted bail in many applications and rulings, the downside is that in many other cases, bail has been denied. The most publicly visible case is the denial of multiple bail requests by Dr. Kizza Besigye. And my question is, if the judiciary can't grant bail, can we demand the DPP to fix the case so that it is heard? And my reason is simple. Dr. Besigye represents a significant number of Ugandans, whether we like it or not. The perceptions they have on this institution is how you treat him and how he is treated. So my call is we shouldn't pander a lot on these issues. If bail cannot be granted, can the case be heard? I think time has come for us to have that courage to demand the prosecution that if you don't get yourselves ready for trial in the next sitting, I am going to grant bail. And I think for me, that would be a voice that articulates or resonates with what Justice Kiwanuka would have done. But let me also point out something that we need to raise our antennas about. Why would prisoners be brought before judicial officers today when they are visibly tortured and then they are sent back to the prison, despite the very clear provisions of the Anti-Torture Act? Very clear provisions on what you deal, how you should deal with tortured prisoners before you. I want to underscore that in this memorial lecture, we need to interrogate these events and question ourselves whether we are abandoning the mark of courage that Ben Kiwanuka espoused, that the Kawazinguka decision has espoused. We need to collectively ask ourselves, what should we do? And only be guided by the law and nothing else. And that, for me, is something that we need to think about critically. The third antenna, which I will just relate on, is about judicial independence. My point about that again, we have done well in terms of protecting our independence. Breathing life into the requirement that for appointing judicial officers, we should deal with the recommendation of the Judicial Service Commission, the Honorable Gerard Karukanga case. We have also said that appointment of acting judges is unconstitutional. That case is on appeal, but for where it was, it pushed for independence, and also I have already alluded to the Kawazinguka decision, that the military courts lack the judicial independence and competence to try civilians. So as we reflect on our independence, the question beyond the system that has been established, the constitutional system, my question to all of us is, in line with the spirit of Benedicto Kiwanuka, as demonstrated in the Stewart habeas corpus application, what should our output be when confronted with such challenges? Is our judicial making, as reflected in judgments, rulings, orders, and free from bias or external influences? Is the question. Is my action as a judge advancing judicial independence? Looking at Benedicto Kiwanuka, we learn about the dangers. All of us must be reminded about the dangers of unchecked authoritarianism and the importance of accountability. Amin's regime thrived on impunity, and Benedicto Kiwanuka's unacknowledged execution shows how dictators manipulate stories to evade justice. Benedicto Kiwanuka's story is also about something larger. It's about idealism. It's about the country we all want to see. It's about the principles we all want to espouse. What should the Ugandan society expect of us to define for them what the society should become? And I draw guidance from the wisdom of Feroz Nauroji, senior counsel, the late senior counsel in Kenya, who was a personal mentor to me. And I had the occasion to invite him in 2018 at the pre-AGM of Uganda Law Society. In his address to the members of the Uganda Law Society, this is what he says. He said, and I quote him, "Ideals do not create a country, but no country can exist without ideals. The rule of law does not emerge only from ideals, but there can be no rule of law without ideals. Democratic gains are not attained only by ideals, but there can be no democracy without ideals." This is of importance and immediacy to lawyers, because our ideals are often the same as those of our nation. Because also many of our profession's ideals and the individual lawyers' ideals are written into our constitution. Rule of law, justice, equality, and social justice. And further, because not only does our work impact upon national ideals, but much of our work brings about the actualization of our national ideals, or is an attempt to that purpose. The late SC was speaking to lawyers, but his message should resonate with every one of us, judges, lawyers, scholars, students, legislators, enforcers. And while we are still at it, we should also remember the fourth antenna of the role of the independent legal profession. While this lecture celebrates Benedicto Kiwanuka in his brief tenure as Chief Justice, we must not overlook the fact that he was a lawyer first. Historical records indicate that Benedicto Kiwanuka was in private practice from 1956 to 1959. And his legacy as a private practitioner was summarized by Dr. Semogerere in a paper he presented many years ago. He said that once settled in private legal practice in 1956, Kiwanuka immediately shot in the limelight. He became the defender of the courts of law, of victims of injustice, and those denied due process of the law. And I think that's what the Attorney General was saying, that even as lawyers and all of citizens, we have a role to defend the judiciary. The side of Benedicto Kiwanuka, as far as the legal profession, reminds us that the legal profession is the assembly line for judicial officers. More importantly, it is part of the bulwark for the rule of law. The legal profession stands between tyranny and the rule of law. And it hurts me to say that the recent happenings between the bar and the bench are not healthy. And all of us must reflect and recognize this, but more importantly, we must all pick the pieces and fix what is broken, because we need each other to defend the rule of law. The bar needs the judiciary. The judiciary needs the bar to advance the rule of law. And it is therefore crucial that we all work for an independent legal profession. Because as we are taught in law school, as we are reminded when we are students in university, that lawyers are expected to understand and believe that no power should be limitless, no discretion absolute, and no office unaccountable. And writing on the role of the legal profession as barriers to tyranny, Timothy Snyder observes that when political leaders set a negative example, professional commitments to just practice become more important. It is hard to subvert a rule of law state without lawyers, or to hold trials without judges. He advises caution in a way the legal profession should behave. He guides further that at all times, professional ethics must define who we are, and we don't exist to just follow orders. Therefore, an independent legal profession that allows its members to practice law with courage and selflessness is something that can help us to pursue and uphold the legacy of Ben Kiwanuka. I will just highlight and then go to my conclusion by saying the fifth antenna, where the judiciary has done very well, is again in fostering a climate of legality. And there are so many cases. I have mentioned the Public Order Management Act. I have also mentioned the Human Rights Network case. But despite this climate of legality, we still see a creeping use of executive orders that often conflict with court decisions. But the courts have been forthright to state in some instances that neither government policy nor presidential directive, not anchored in legislation, has any legal force to confer a right or interest. Nonetheless, we see some individuals continuing to subvert the provisions of some of these decisions. The latest example, which we are all charged about, is a very simple but a demonstration of abuse of the public trust doctrine by a directive by one Hamis Kigundu to cease construction work on Nachivo Channel in 2024 by KCCA, a directive that he has refused to heed and has continued with the construction of commercial buildings of a section of Nachivo Channel without respect of planning laws. The problem with such cases is that they fester a climate of illegality. Such a climate was probably at the back of Benedicto Kiwanuka in 1972, because he had experienced what it meant by banning political parties in 1969, and he had been in prison at Luzira under the 1967 Public Order Act. In total, he had spent 13 months in Luzira. So when we see such things, we come out on such days to remind all of us, me inclusive, that this country is only better when we create a climate of legality. Let me end by saying that Benedicto Kiwanuka, for me and all of us, is a call on us to have courage. To have courage. Friends, we need courage today. Courage is very important, because if Uganda is not governed by law, then we will go back to where we were. We need to summon the enduring spirit of a man who dared to believe that Uganda could only be governed by law, and a man who paid the price for that. We need to pick up from him and push ourselves to build Uganda on the principles that are important for nation building: good governance, democracy, accountability, and respect. And we do this by reflecting on the theme of today. That theme should resonate with us, and it should ask us very simple questions. How am I advancing Benedicto Kiwanuka's legacy? What will future generations say about me? Will they say that in every ruling, every dissent, and every deliberation, I affirmed that jurisprudence, rooted in fairness and justice, that jurisprudence that could stand the test of time, the weight of power, and the shadows of prejudice? Will they say that I fought for justice when it was difficult? Will they say that I stood strong when it was risky? Will they say in the years to come that I understood the timeless truth, that the rule of law is never self-executing, but lives through the integrity of those entrusted to uphold it? Will they say that I continued the legacy sparked by Kiwanuka's sacrifice? The answer must be yes. For his legacy shouldn't just be a monument to admire. It's a mission to carry on. Each of us, judges, advocates, legislators, leaders, and citizens, must accept the responsibility to uphold justice with courage, no matter the cost. Judges are not mere technicians of statutes, but the very conscience of justice. The judicial oath grants us the freedom to demand a higher standard from the judiciary, and that standard is to refuse to compromise. To honor Benedicto Kiwanuka's legacy, we must therefore defend justice. In our current context, this means we should be very deliberate about fostering a culture of civic courage. And by so doing, we truly will be honoring him. And in defining judicial courage, I will pick again from the Chief Justice Emeritus of Kenya when he was talking to us on such an occasion many years ago. He said that in my view, judicial courage means the defiance of pressures, influences, and duress based on the following attributes: the fidelity to the Constitution, the oath of office, and the law. Individual and personal courage is important. I believe the readiness to die for causes of judicial independence and integrity is the ultimate judicial courage. Personal courage, therefore, is not a desirable trait, but a vital quality that enables judges to uphold judicial independence. In Uganda's context, with the ongoing political pressures, and like the Minister of Justice has ably testified, necessary executive overreaches because the executive looks at things from their angle. Societal influences that the Attorney General has talked about, this courage is crucial for safeguarding this institution and maintaining public trust in it. Our duty remains to do what is right, inspired by courage. We should always seek to find strength in the example of men like Benedicto Kiwanuka and push ourselves to the greatest extent by demonstrating personal courage. If for no other reason, for the reason that at least one, it will protect the independence of the judiciary. If for no any other reason, that it will uplift the Bangalore principles of judicial conduct. If for no any other reason, that it will promote and uphold the rule of law and prevent underdevelopment of violence. If for no any other reason, at least it should be, like the Monsignor said here, prayed here, for the fear of God. Because that prayer was based on what is pleasing to God. That you do justice, those who do justice and righteousness will have peace. So for no other reason, at least do it because you fear God. As we honor his death, I want again to thank the judiciary for the invitation, but for me, from where I sit, I invite all of us, myself including, to uphold his vision. And I recognize that doing this is not easy. I recognize that some of you may face setbacks. I recognize that some of us may fear to do certain things because we are waiting on promotions. I recognize that some people may fear to be hurt. I recognize that some people may fail to do certain things because they fear that somebody will yell at them. Courage is, of course, crazy, but that's what makes it courage. Otherwise, it's not true courage. But my invitation is that despite the fear, courage empowers us to do things others cannot or will not do, such as the things that people think you shouldn't or can't do. After all, like Martin Luther King once said and reminded us many years ago, when we straighten our backs, we may be beaten, but we can't be ridden. Thankfully, I have been here practicing law. I have seen even when these decisions have come out, what I have seen is just human anger, but not the anger to make life very difficult for any judicial officer. I have not seen anyone disciplined, dismissed for the way they have ruled, But there will always be political pressures. There will always be political anger. But the people at the other side recognize that you only do your job when you do the right thing. And doing the right thing is when you are courageous. And that is something that can be done. So let me end by saying all of us must promote the rule of law. We need to safeguard judicial independence. We need to ensure fair trials. We need to fight the twin evils of impunity and corruption. And let us also remember this very fact that the government is tasked with guiding society towards justice. But society depends on the judiciary as a last resort of protection. That we should never forget, especially for the vulnerable and oppressed. I don't know what happened to Daniel Stewart after he was released. I have not followed up the story. But it looks like, weak and vulnerable as he was, it only had to take the courage of one man who we are celebrating today, Benedicto Kiwanuka, to have him out of jail. And that, for me, is a reminder that this institution, this job we have, must always help us, help the weak, the vulnerable, and the oppressed. But let me also say this will require bold leadership. I want to thank the judiciary for bold leadership in introducing many things, innovations such as ADR, innovations such as digitizing, though of course I stress that we still have to also pick that Benedicto Kiwanuka spirit and deal with certain things that are ailing the institution. I have one in particular that I think we need to resolve, the ailing criminal justice system. My Lord Chief Justice and Madam Speaker, we need to collectively deal with the issue of the remand problem in Uganda. The trial by sessions is not working. We cannot have more prisoners in remand than those convicted. That is something that we all collectively must deal with, as advocates, as government, as the judiciary. We have very many people in remand, and we need to get ways with dealing with that. I also think that we need to speak very boldly about our performance measurement. The judiciary agreed to roll out that, and I applaud the leadership for that. I think it's a good thing. I encourage you to do that. But let me also end on saying to all of us citizens, we must also play our role. We must ensure that we are exemplary and that we are always able to do the right thing, to support this institution, but also we should, when it comes to the rule of law and justice, draw the line. As citizens, we must reject the notion of branding those we disagree with as enemies, especially during election season. Let us build a democracy that respects ideas, not one that thrives on dividing us as Ugandans. By doing this, I hope we'll be honoring the martyrdom of Benedicto Kiwanuka as citizens, because it's not only about the judiciary, but we also have a role as citizens. Lastly, let us uphold justice with courage, and to all of us, I'd like to leave us with the quotation of Winston Churchill. To each one of us, there comes a time in lifetime when a special moment in their lifetime, a special moment when they are figuratively tapped on the shoulder and offered the chance to do a very special thing, unique to them and fit to their talents. What a tragedy if that moment finds them unprepared for that which could have been their finest hour. all of us must use our finest hours by the position society has given us to do the right thing. We must borrow from Kiwanuka, summon the courage, do what is right, and take every opportunity, big or small, to do justice. Our nation, Uganda, needs more Kiwanukas, and the need has never been greater than now. The question is, will I be one of the Kiwanukas? Will you be one of the Kiwanukas? I thank you for inviting me, and once again, I acknowledge and thank the judiciary for raising the antenna of the rule of law in the country. But my talk today is to say more can be done and more should be done. I thank you so much. Thank you for your attention. God bless all of you, for God and my country.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our keynote speaker. And we thank you, Senior Counsel Gimara, for your insightful reflections, which have further enriched our understanding of the values and the life of Chief Justice Kiwanuka, and also for the values that he ultimately paid the price. We thank you. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, this is the moment we have also been waiting for. The question of who the awardee will be this year is going to be answered in a few minutes. And with that, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to invite the Acting Honorable Principal Judge to come and run this part of the program by presenting the citation of the awardee. My Lord, you are most welcome.
The Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, representing His Excellency the President, the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda and the Deputy Chief Justice, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on the protocol earlier set out by the Acting Chief Registrar. I'm highly honored and privileged this afternoon to present the citation for this year's recipient of the Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka Award. This is an award that is conferred on a deserving Ugandan in recognition of their active and fearless promotion of the rule of law, their notable promotion of access to justice, their remarkable contribution to the administration of justice, and their distinguished service with integrity. This year's awardee stands out for being indefatigable in the dispensation and administration of justice and in defending the rule of law for over 4 decades. He was born on April the 5th, 1955 in Bushenyi, Uganda. He obtained a Master's of Dispute Resolution from Pepperdine University in the United States of America in 2024 and a Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Dar es Salaam in 1980. He was then appointed as an assistant lecturer at Makerere University in 1981 and joined the judiciary as a magistrate grade 1. He rose through the ranks to chief magistrate and registrar, also becoming an inspector of courts. He was appointed as chief registrar, where he served until he was public prosecutions. On the 4th of July 2013, he was appointed as a Justice of the Court of Appeal and 10th of November 2017. On 8th September 2020, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, appointed him Deputy Chief Justice, where he served till his retirement. In his career, he made significant contribution as a member of delegations contributing to the establishment of the International Criminal Court, the fight against corruption, the investigation and prosecution of international crime, and re-engineering alternative dispute resolution. He has also served as a member of the Executive Committee of the International Association of Prosecutors from 1998 to 2013, a member of the Executive Committee of the International Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies from 2003 to 2013, the patron of the Prisoners Aid Foundation Uganda, and chairpersons of the Case Backlog Committee of the Judiciary from 2024 until his retirement. He has made commendable contributions to the Republic of Uganda, and as a member of the top management of the judiciary, he drove the transformation agenda from 2020. He has, over the years, delivered countless papers on administration of justice at various fora, both national and international. He retired on the 9th of April 2025, having clocked the age of mandatory retirement, but he has been hailed, and we hail him today, for being principled, and also for his tranquil administration in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, as well as in the judiciary. And in particular, he shall be remembered for steering the Court of Appeal with outstanding leadership capabilities, focusing on efficient case management, on the rule of law, and remodeling the court into one that is people-centered and one that is responsive. I have the honor to present the awardee for this year with great honor and with great humility, the Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Justice Richard Butera. You're most welcome. Yes, our chief guest, allow me at this juncture to with great humility, invite you to present the award to the Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus, Justice Richard Butera. Thank you very, very much, the Right Honorable Speaker, for handing over the gift. Now, with great humility, allow me to invite the Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus, the awardee of this year's Chief Justice Award, to come and make his remarks. You're most welcome, my lord.
Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, my Lord Chief Justice, my Lord Deputy Chief Justice, allow me to stand on the protocol. I feel greatly honored to have been selected to receive the Benedicto Kiwanuka Award for the year 2025. My family and a few friends have joined us here to express gratitude for this great honor. I request my wife Jane, our children and friends stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. The award is in respect of my contribution to the growth of the judiciary and the defense of the rule of law. I'm happy to have witnessed and played a role in the growth of the judiciary and the defense of the rule of law. I shall use examples of stations where I have served to illustrate how the judiciary has grown in providing access to justice for court users in this country. As already stated, after graduation, I worked briefly as a research fellow assistant lecturer at the Faculty of Law at Makerere University. On 16th of December 1981, I was appointed a magistrate grade 1, and I was posted to Moyo in Arua Chief Magisterial area then. I reported the Chief Magistrate in Guru, who was then caretaking the Arua Chief Magisterial area. He was then in charge of the whole of Guru and Arua sub-regions. I stayed in Guru for a short while because Moyo was then insecure. Eventually, the following year, I was posted to Soroti. The Chief Magistrate of Guru was the only Chief Magistrate in Arua and Guru magisterial area at the time. When I reported at Soroti in 1982, the Chief Magistrate of Soroti was then in charge of the whole of Teso and Karamoja sub-regions. I was the only magistrate grade 1 in the two areas. My Chief Magistrate and myself used to handle cases in the whole of Teso and Karamoja area. The majority of judicial officers then were lay magistrates. The situation was the same at the Chief Magistrate's Court of Mengo, where I was transferred in 1986, and later in Mubende. The majority of magistrates in all these stations were lay magistrates. I was the only Chief Magistrate in Mubende with one magistrate grade 1 stationed at Mitiana. As Chief Magistrate in Mubende, I used to hear cases at Mitiana on Monday and Tuesday. I would handle cases in Mubende on Wednesday and Thursday. I would then handle cases at Kiboga on Friday. In 1981, I was appointed a Registrar Inspector of Courts and later Chief Registrar. In 1993-94, government had a restructuring program for public service and for the judiciary, which was part of. As Chief Registrar, I was appointed focal point person for the restructuring of the judiciary. There are two main issues I emphasized at the restructuring of the judiciary then. One, that there was a need to professionalize the bench by phasing out lay magistrates, who were the majority of judicial officers, and to replace them with professional lawyers as magistrates grade 1 and chief magistrates for the lower cadre. Two was that there was a need to increase the number of courts and the number of judicial officers in order to bring justice services closer to the people. Both proposals were accepted, but the implementation was slow. The professionalization of the bench was to be implemented in a phased manner. The lay magistrates were encouraged to go for training, and many did. They got law degrees and were recruited as magistrates grade 1. I'm happy that today in this audience, I can see some people that benefited from that. They are now judges and registrars. Others have retired, some may have died. Today, we only remain with about 10 lay magistrates remaining on the judiciary payroll. These two will be phased out. In 2015, the Chief Justice then, Honorable Justice Katulebe, ordered for a court census for the judiciary. The census established there was heavy backlog in the system. As a result, the Chief Justice appointed a case backlog reduction committee to find ways of handling case backlog. His Lordship appointed me then. I was a Justice of the Court of Appeal to head the committee. The committee studied the situation and made a report. The report laid out strategies for case backlog reduction. One of the main strategies we proposed was to increase the number of judicial officers and courts in the country. The shortage of judicial officers and a limited number of courts in the country, therefore, has been with us for a long time. A change to this situation has come up recently, and I'm happy to have been part of the process that gave birth to this big change in the administration of justice. In the year 2020, the President of Uganda appointed Chief Justice Owiny Doro as Chief Justice and I as his deputy. Shortly thereafter, the Chief Justice championed the judiciary transformation agenda that you have all heard about. Top management of the judiciary discussed the agenda and agreed upon it. The implementation of the transformation agenda was then incorporated in our next judiciary budget. My Lord Chief Justice, I am happy and proud to have been your deputy and part of the top management committee, top management team that has done great work. You always allowed free debate and free exchange of ideas in the team, and that is how top management achieved a lot in relatively short time. The budget that we presented to the President, and I was happy to be present in that meeting, was at State House. The budget was essentially for funding the transformation agenda. Amongst other things, the Chief Justice then proposed was the increase of the number of judicial officers and an increase of court stations. The President accepted the budget proposals with an amendment for increasing further the number of judicial officers and the court stations. The President ordered for an increase of the judiciary budget from 190 billion, 380. That was a game changer. The number of judicial officers and court stations have since passing and realizing that budget increased, the number of judicial officers have since that budget increased significantly, and this has had a big impact on case disposal. This is what I mean, and I will go back to the stations I've been to. When I was a chief magistrate, we only had 14 chief magistrates in the whole of Uganda. Today, we have 100 chief magistrates in the country. At the time I was chief registrar, we were 5 registrars. It was myself, Justice Onega, Justice Akikiza, Wangu Tusi, and Stephen Musota. Today, we have 73 registrars in the country. When I was chief registrar in 1993, we had 26 judges at the High Court of Uganda. There are now 89 judges of the High Court. The number shall increase to 150. Every district shall have a chief magistrate, and every county constituency shall have a magistrate grade 1 eventually. That is the agreed position. To understand what has happened so far, let's go back to the stations where I have worked before. We had 1 chief magistrate in Arua. Today we have a resident judge in Arua with chief magistrates at Arua, Koboko, and 2 will be appointed at Moyo and Nebi soon. We used to have 1 chief magistrate in Guru covering the whole of the Acholi sub-region. Now we have a resident judge in Guru, in Kitugum, and in Patongo for the Acholi sub-region, with chief magistrates at Guru, Nyoya, and a number of magistrates grade 1. As I had earlier told you, the magistrates at Soroti, myself and my chief magistrates, we are handling cases in the whole of Karamoja. Today, we have a resident judge in Moroto for the Karamoja region. There are chief magistrates at Moroto and Kotido. There are 6 magistrates, 1 at Abim, magistrates grade 1, Abim, Amdat, Kobong, Kalenga, Moroto, and Akapiripiriti. Soroti, where we had a chief magistrates covering the whole of Teso and Karamoja, now we have a resident judge at Soroti. We have chief magistrates at Serere, at Soroti, at Kabramaido, and Katakwi. There are many magistrates in the station. We have a resident judge at Kumi, with the chief magistrates at Kumi and at Ngora. There are many magistrates in the area covering other stations. Mubende, where I was a sole chief magistrate, now has a resident judge with chief magistrates at Mubende and a chief magistrate at Mityana and another in Kiboga. We have a resident judge in Kiboga with magistrates covering Chenkwanzi and Bukomero. Try and travel out of Kampala in any direction today. You will establish what the increase of the High Court judges has led to. You shall find a High Court circuit not more than 100 kilometers from where we are seated now. We have a High Court at Mukono with 5 High Court judges. From Mukono, you travel, you'll find a High Court at Rugazi, at Jinja, Iganga, and Bujiri, with many chief magistrates and magistrates grade 1 in that area. We used to have only a chief magistrate at Mukono, and then you would go to Jinja for the chief magistrate covering the whole of Busoga. We now have High Court at Entebbe, Mpigi, Wakiso, Kiboga, and Rwero. Expansion of the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal now has 25 justices, an increase from 13. It shall soon have 8 branches outside Kampala. The construction of the Court of Appeal branches at Guru and Mbarara have already started. I was appointed Deputy Chief Justice in 2020. I have been in that position for about 5 years. I think the Court of Appeal in that period has provided increased access to its court users. The justices of the Court of Appeal chose to work as a team, and the teamwork they have implemented has greatly increased the output of that court. The team of justices at the Court of Appeal has been developing their own work plan each year, and as a team, we strictly adhered to our work plan. We held weekly meetings and used the meetings to assess our performance of the court and review what we needed to review to improve further. We continued to use these meetings, and we met throughout COVID using Zoom. We continued to write our judgments at home in the COVID period, and we delivered them online. COVID taught us that the Court of Appeal can hold short meetings. We used to do so because we stopped answering the preliminary questions. How are you? How is family? How are cows? How are goats? How are hens? In addition to the Kampala sessions, we have increased the number of sessions that we planned, both in Kampala and upcountry. We started with criminal sessions upcountry, but now the court is holding civil sessions as well upcountry. I have participated in the Court of Appeal sessions in Masindi, Arua, Guru, Lira, Mbale, Jinja, Masaka, Mbarara, and Kabale. In all these stations, the court users have expressed their relief that they now have their cases heard and disposed of at reduced costs and on time. That was delivery of justice to the court users by the Court of Appeal. The Case Backlog Reduction Committee that I was privileged to chair recommended the use of technology and ADR as useful tools for application in order to get rid of backlog. These two are part of the transformation agenda. The Chief Justice has put in place a committee for implementation of technology in whatever we do in the judiciary in order to improve delivery of justice to the population. I had a delegation last year to Tanzania. We visited the Tanzania Judiciary Situation Room in Dodoma. The Tanzanian IT experts have set up a system which is being managed in Dodoma that enables the Chief Justice of Tanzania and the Principal Judge to see the operations of each court on a daily basis, which cases are registered at every court, adjourned at every court, whichever courts have not worked each day are all reviewed by the Chief Justice and the Principal Judge on their dashboards in their own offices. And this is done instantaneously. I returned and wrote a report for the Chief Justice, and I think this should be implemented. It's not difficult, it's not expensive, it's workable. I want to say that AI is here with us today. We cannot but adopt AI in the operations of the judiciary. The application of ADR was one of the strategies recommended by the Case Reduction Committee and was incorporated in the pillars of the transformation agenda of the Chief Justice. The application of ADR is an innovation that is currently helping in the delivery of justice to the people. People resolve their disputes in a cheaper manner. They also restore their relationships. Pre-bargain is one form of ADR in the criminal justice area that has already helped in the reduction of case backlogs. Mediation is helping resolve many cases. It is done faster than full trials. We should thank the Chief Justice for championing ADR because it's a wonderful mode of delivery of justice. I've had many successful mediations in my retirement. When the mediator and the parties find a solution to the dispute and they are all happy together, it is pleasing, and you may forget they had a conflict just before the start of the mediations. At the start, the challenge of the mediator is to teach the conflicting parties to be patient and to learn to talk and learn to listen to each other patiently. It is a very exciting moment when you see the same people rejoice before you when you have assisted them to find a solution for their own dispute. I shall add what we need to emphasize and should continue is training of judicial officers as a critical component of the reform of the judiciary and offering services to the people. The activities of the Judicial Training Institute should therefore continue to be a priority of the judiciary. I would have to conclude by stating that the judiciary has made great strides in the delivery of justice to the people of Uganda and has, through increased performance, promoted the rule of law. I am happy to have been part of this process in my working life and thereafter. Thank you very much, my Lord Chief Justice. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, my Lord Justice Butera. May this award further encourage you to be a torchbearer for justice, and may it inspire all of us to emulate your example. We also thank your family for their behind-the-scenes contribution. Mama, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, let's clap for Mama. Mama, thank you, thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, very briefly, allow me to make a few recognitions, and the very last one, we have members of the legal fraternity and advocates from the Attorney General's Chambers, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Uganda Revenue Authority, and Uganda Wildlife Authority. If you could stand up for recognition, please. And thank you very much for coming. Right Honorable Speaker, we also have Honorable Captain Gad Gasaptura. He's a former Member of Parliament and former pilot, Uganda Airlines. Thank you very much, and thank you for your service. We also have Honorable Ken Luchamuzi, former Member of Parliament. Thank you so much for coming. Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission now, allow me to invite the Honorable the Chief Justice to give us a speech for this day, after which he will also invite you to deliver the address of His Excellency the President. My Lord.
Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, representing His Excellency the President of Uganda on this occasion, my Lord the Deputy Chief Justice, and all the judges and justices of our courts of judicature, Honorable Minister, Justice, Constitutional Affairs, the learned Attorney General, my two Chief Justices, Justice Benjamin Odoke and Bat Katurebe, my Lord, until recently my Deputy Chief Justice, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Your Grace, Archbishop of Kampala, and other members of the clergy of various denominations, above all, the family of Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka. We are gathered here today, and this is an annual function to honor the memory of Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka, whose life was cut short, and the reasons for that demise have been well stated over the years. Even today, a number of speakers have clearly stated how he lost his life. I just want to say 2-3 things, and then I invite you, Right Honorable Speaker. One, the killing of Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka was an affront of one of the key elements of any constitutional dispensation, the independence of the judiciary. Whatever the reason was, it was an affront, it was an infringement on the time-honored independence of the judiciary. We've dwelt, excuse me, we've dwelt on Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka because he paid the ultimate price. But he was not the only Chief Justice who suffered this type of affront. The difference between Chief Justice Benjamin Kiwanuka, Benedicto Kiwanuka, and other Chief Justices whom I'm going to name here is that for him he paid with his life. His immediate predecessor in office, Chief Justice Sheridan, left office in a most unceremonious manner. Actually, he learned that he had lost his office when Amin's decree named Benedicto Kiwanuka as the new Chief Justice. There was no due process. He did not retire in accordance with the Constitution. And then for those of you who are old enough, like some of us, Chief Justice Wako Wambuzi, if I recall, was the one who swore in Yusuf Lule. When President Apollo Milton Obote came back to power in 1980, he swore another Chief Justice. Chief Justice Wambuzi was not subjected to any due process. His immediate successor, Chief Justice Masika, the moment Obote's government fell, there was a new Chief Justice, Allen. I don't know whether he was sworn in as substantive or he was merely holding the fort. But the last act of prominence that he did was to swear in the new president, Yoweri Museveni, on the steps of Parliament. I don't remember any due process. He was removed, and Chief Justice Wambuzi was sworn in again. It is my two seniors here, Chief Justice Benjamin Odoke and Chief Justice Bart Katureba, and I hope myself, who have not suffered this affront, in that they served up to the end of their tenure in accordance with the Constitution. So when we speak about Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka, speaking about how the judiciary of Uganda, the top leadership of the judiciary of Uganda suffered over the years. It's about the lack of respect for the independence of the judiciary. The second leg of this, and over the years this has been said, Benedicto Kiwanuka was courageous. Even today, I think our keynote speaker has dwelt on the courage of Benedicto Kiwanuka. I've been reflecting on this even before I listened to you. I doubt that Benedicto Kiwanuka was courageous. If it requires a judge to be courageous to render justice, that is very dangerous. To my understanding, Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka was a conscientious person. A man who stood by his oath, which are the principles that govern the exercise of judicial mandate. To serve without fear, without favor, without affection, and without bearing ill will against anyone who seeks justice before you. Had Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka listened to Idi Amin or the climate of the day, then he would have gathered courage to write that ruling against his conscience. The courage he would have needed was to come up with a ruling which was contrary to the law. It was not courage for him to write the ruling that cost him his life. He stayed by his conscience. And I would want to submit that all judicial officers should find it so easy, should find it routine in handling any judicial work. To understand the law, which should be applied, listen to the evidence, appraise it, and put pen to paper, or with the recent, the new technological advances, put your fingers on your laptop, the keyboards, and put down your arguments while you are deciding to the left or to the right. So for me, well, my younger brother cited the Kibazuguruka case. I can speak for myself. I never required even an iota of courage to interpret the Constitution vis-a-vis the UPDF Act as amended and to come up with the decisions I made. No courage at all. But I never forgot that I must be a slave of my conscience. I never forgot that I took oath to do justice to all manner of men and women in accordance with the law, without fear, without favor, without affection, and without bearing ill will. So for me, it is my submission one could have talked of courage if it were true that out there is someone, for instance, the executive, the head of state, the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General, was always breathing on my neck from behind and say, you must write judgment in this case to the right, not to the left. Then maybe one would have said, I had the courage to defy the president, to defy the Attorney General, to defy the Minister of Justice. I'm about to leave this office having served 5 years. At no one point during my tenure has anyone in authority even pleaded, leave alone dictating to me, even pleaded with me that please let the outcome of this matter be in this direction. It has never happened. I should like to believe even my predecessors, the two of them are here, and by the way, Chief Justice Benjamin Odoke, Chief Justice Bat Katurebe, and Chief Justice Waku Wambuzi, the three were still alive. I know them very well. They are not made of straw. I think some of them would have put it in their judgment if somebody had approached them. That I was approached, they would have had the decency of not naming who that person was, but they would put it in their judgment. So this notion that there is somebody out there who speaks to judicial officers demanding or pleading that a decision must go this way, I do not know where it is coming from. It's a figment of imagination of those who do not wish the judiciary well. It would have been under such circumstance that one could say, oh, Chief Justice Owindolo was so courageous to defy. In the case of Benedicto Kiwanuka, it was Idi Amin who was defying the Constitution, was acting in defiance of the Constitution, in defiance of the provisions for upholding the rule of law. It was not Kiwanuka who was taking courage. He stood by his conscience, and he paid the ultimate price, for which we honor his memory today, as we have done before. And I thank my elder brother, Chief Justice Bat Katurebe, for initiating the function, an annual function. We should have held it tomorrow. The 53rd year would have been tomorrow, but being a weekend, we thought we would not be breaking any law to put it one day earlier. Then finally, having said that, in my experience, and I believe in the experience of my predecessors, the state has not sought, has not striven to infringe on our independence. Having said that, where is the problem? The problem, let me state it very clearly. The institution which should have been at the forefront of explaining to justice seekers how the justice process takes place is the one which has turned round, has declared war on the judiciary. In any jurisdiction of the world, members of the legal society take it up as their responsibility to defend and protect the judiciary of the country. Not that they do not criticize. As a matter of fact, they make even brutal criticism of those institutions. But they know where to place those criticisms. They know where and how to engage with the judiciary to make it a better institution. We have here a body of persons whose leader in his campaign is very clear. that his predecessors have not attacked the Chief Justice, that he is going to defy the Chief Justice. So the purpose of seeking leadership is to confront the Chief Justice of the day. I do not know whether if this Chief Justice leaves office, there's going to be now rapport. I do not know. I really do not know. So when you talk about affront to the independence of the judiciary during my time in office, it's not from the state. It's not from any powerful person who holds a political office. It's from my supposedly chief champion, the one who should make people, the one who should defend me, the one who should come and engage with me and tear me to pieces in the right forum and in the right manner. Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka did not suffer this. None of the Chief Justices that I know of. You heard the Honorable Mao saying, I'm the most cartooned Chief Justice. I always laugh because I think they enjoy my handsome face. That's why they cartoon it. I never take offense. Yes. My plea is, okay, before I take my plea, I state my plea. Take the issue of bail. What is the constitutional right to bail? This part has been resolved by judicial decision. I get amazed that people still make statements as if there's no jurisprudence on issues of constitutional right to bail. The Constitution says an accused person who seeks bail has the right to apply for bail. That's the wording of Article 23. Look it up. I don't know whether people who practice today do not read this. Then the Constitution gives the judicial officer before whom someone seeks to be admitted to bail the discretion to determine whether or not to admit such a person to bail. That cannot be called a right. It is actually what I call nonsensical argument. That for a lawyer to come and speak politics in court and outside, a right to bail, really? Even for mandatory bail, where an accused person has spent the statutory period on remand, the court must say, I grant you bail, but the discretion is still left with court to determine the terms of that admission to bail. It's not like say, oh, you spend 5 years, you go home. No. Anybody who went to law school would know. But now you have even senior lawyers speaking politics instead of speaking the law, including in court. I really pity those accused persons who are represented by politicians who masquerade as lawyers or as advocates of the courts of judicature, because they don't help their clients. Then they will say, this judge took the file and is clinging on the file. I am head of the judiciary of Uganda. Let me be on record today. No judge in the courts of judicature of Uganda can allocate himself or herself a file. Cannot happen. There's a process, and did not start during my time. It's a time-honored process. You find you've been allocated a file. And if you're not happy with that judicial officer, you do not go on a podium in the marketplace, on a window market, and say, this judicial officer, this, no. You go before that person and say, we're seeking that you relieve yourself It is called recusal of this case, and give the reasons. And the judicial officer is supposed to pronounce himself or herself. That's how things are done. Not to drag judicial officers in the mud. I would understand if it was the ordinary person who does not know. But if it is my chief warrior who's turning the spear or the weapon round against me, it's a very painful thing. Very, very painful thing. That dishonors the memory of Benedicto Kiwanuka, by whom legal practitioners of the day and thereafter have stood. Finally, let me also make this statement since my keynote speaker has spoken about it. Dr. Kiza Besigye. Dr. Kiza Besigye is entitled to the application of the rule of law. It won't be a favor. Senior counsel, it would be very dangerous to grant bail or to acquit Dr. Kiza Besigye, assuming there is evidence, because he leads a huge population, follow him. That would be very dangerous. It means my peasant mother can suffer because the only people who follow her are her 4 children, including me. But a known quantity in this country must be treated differently. I do not subscribe to that, but I'm very clear in my mind that whatever the allegation against Dr. Kiza Besigye is entitled to the due process. And please leave the courts of judicature to exercise their mandate in pursuit of that due process. Leave out the politics. Come before the courts, make your case. Otherwise, for my brothers and sisters who have the privilege to make judicial decisions, there are people who find pride not in criticizing you. I would have no problem with criticism. But in dragging you in the mud over a quarry, name it. Be Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka. Be motivated by your conscience. And the instrument for you to exercise your function in accordance with your conscience is what I stated. Stated in the Constitution. You must never fear. You must never favor. You must never do things by affection or bear ill will even against the person who has dragged you in the mud. That's the difference between you and them. That's what gives you the higher moral ground. That somebody will call you names. They find pride in it. But the best way of responding is when they come before you, either as advocates or representatives of accused person, or if they fall foul of the law, or if they are alleged to have fallen foul of the law, exercise your mandate in accordance with your conscience. That's the only way we can shame those who seek to demonize us. Otherwise, I thank the family of Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka. You can walk with your head high up in the clouds because of the head of the family. Because I've read things about, he was warned, he was said, you better flee. He said, I've done nothing wrong. When he said, I've done nothing wrong, he was not saying, I have been courageous. He was saying, look, I've acted in accordance with my conscience, my understanding of the law. That's what he means by saying, I've done nothing wrong. And we rededicate ourselves, each one of us, to be a Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka. Thank you so much. May the Lord God bless all of us. With these few remarks, Right Honorable Speaker, I call upon you to come and speak to this congregation. Thank you.
My Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice, my brother, I call him Dolo. My Lord, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, who was also my lecturer at one time, my Lord, the Chief Justice Emeritus, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, the Land Attorney General, Honorable Keke, the Acting Principal Judge, my Lords, the Justices and Judges of High Court, and serving and retired, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Head of Diplomatic Missions, the Members of Parliament who are around, current and former, the religious leaders, the Deputy Inspector General of Government, the chairpersons and members of constitutional commissions, permanent secretaries, our development partners, the registrars and magistrates, Mr. Francis Gimara, the senior counsel and the keynote speaker, the senior counsels who are around, the family of the late Benedicto Kiwanuka, all the invited guests. My name's Anita Among Annette Triple A. And by the grace of God, the Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, who was sworn in by the Chief Justice, who is almost outgoing. Chief Justice, thank you so much for swearing me in as the Speaker of Parliament. I am immensely honored to address you today in the 8th Annual Benedicto Kiwanuka Memorial Lecture. I am here in two capacities. One as a regular invitee to this distinguished annual memorial lecture. My brother has always invited me here, and whenever I feel like not coming, he calls me, are you coming? I want to thank you so much for always inviting me. And two, I am also here to represent His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is unable to be with us today due to other competing commitments. I want to take this opportunity to commend the Chief Justice, Justice Dolo, and the judiciary for sustaining this memorial lecture year in, year out. We want to thank you for that, and may you continue to do that. This year's theme is Upholding Justice with Courage, Advancing Benedicto Kiwanuka's Legacy. This couldn't have come in a better time. This is the better time for it to have come. We are at a critical juncture in our nation's history, an imminent general election, an ever-growing and sometimes relentless young population, rapid flow of information and increased public scrutiny of the management of public affairs, among others. Our work is definitely cut out. As we gather here to remember the legacy of Benedicto Kiwanuka, I implore each of us to reflect on what you think you will be remembered for. What legacy are you creating through on our own deeds? We should be able to do something that is better, that we shall be remembered for. Benedicto Kiwanuka served at a difficult time. He was appointed Chief Justice barely 5 months after Idi Amin had taken over power. Within few months, the appointing authority already accused Benedicto Kiwanuka for being sectarian. The rest, as we know, is history. And I am happy that my brother, Justice Dolo, has said this has never happened to him. And we have always had meetings with Justice Dolo, the President, and myself. And whenever the President wants anything from us, he requests, he never commands. We want to thank him for that. The majority of you are here at the front line of administration of justice. As the theme says, are you courageous enough to uphold and dispense justice, even in the face of the kind of uncertainty faced by Benedicto Kiwanuka? And I like what Justice Dolo said, that you don't need the courage. You need to have the conscience in you and the law. You respect the law and have the conscience. It is not about the courage. Nobody will ever come and tell you, make this judgment for political reasons. And I also want to, people have said already, all the speakers have said that people are working for political promotions. I have happened to vet a number of the judicial officers here. These judicial officers are promoted based on competence, not politics. And we are proud of you. As we move on, I want to respond to something that my brother, Honorable Francis, said on the issue of remand versus convicts. It is not true. I want it to be on record. It is not true that the persons on remand are more than those convicted. The judiciary reversed this. We have more convicts than the remand persons. This must be corrected. I also want to thank judiciary for the cordial work relationship that we've created. We no longer have those things of stupid orders. We don't have them. We want to thank judiciary for working together with the executive and legislature. And as parliament, we promise that you have our unwavering support. Of course, the president may give you the money, but we can't cut it. So we will not cut your monies. We'll make sure we work together for the good of this nation. And where we go, where we need to consult, we'll always consult. We'll not come with the undue influence because we are politicians. We'll not interfere with your rulings. So please feel free and do your work as you sought to do it. The other thing I want to correct here before I read the president's message is on the issue of Nakivubo. Nakivubo, as Parliament of Uganda, we enacted a law, and the law that was fiscal planning 2010. The act was 2010. We also had a law on building control, and we also have a law on environmental act. These laws were to be operationalized, and they are operationalized by regulations that were made by the minister responsible. The directives that were given are part of public policy processes. The president gave a directive on that construction, and it is upon the line minister, the line authority, to ensure that whatever they are doing, they are acting within the law, and the laws are available. And I am also aware, as a Speaker of Parliament, that KCCA approved the plans and authorized the construction of that place. The president will always give directives, but the persons who receive directives must act within the law. And as all stakeholders in the matter, we need to have open communication to address sticky issues like this. And we should not be able to apportion blame. Uganda belongs to all of us. Let's discuss these issues openly. And its legality of the blue letter can only be interpreted by the courts of law. Where anybody is aggrieved on it, I kindly request that we seek an interpretation from the courts of law. I now want to take the singular honor of delivering the address of His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and I'll read verbatim. I want to thank His Lordship, the Chief Justice, for inviting me to preside as a chief guest at the 8th Benedicto Kiwanuka Memorial Lecture. I thank the Judiciary for organizing the commemoration to honor the memory and legacy of the former Chief Justice. In the early 60s, I joined the Democratic Party, which was at that time led by Benedicto Kiwanuka. This was on account of Benedicto Kiwanuka's principled stand against politics of identity, which was being propagated by some opportunists. For instance, Buganda leaders did not appreciate Kiwanuka's ascendance to power after the election of 1961 because he was a Catholic. This same view seems to have been held by the colonial administration, who had all along promoted the Protestant leadership and dominance in Uganda. In 1961, the Kabaka Yeka Party was formed to protect the threatened position of the Kabaka. And during the 1962 elections, UPC made an alliance with the Kabaka Yeka in order to defeat UDP. One of the terms of alliance was that was later adopted in 1962 Constitution, was for Buganda to hold indirect election for Buganda's representative in Parliament. This was opposed by DP to no avail. Benedicto Kiwanuka, in particular, opposed this opportunist arrangement, which were later to approve disastrous for the country. During this critical period, Benedicto Kiwanuka was the voice of reason, and the consequences of not following his correct position are well known. That is the Kabaka crisis in 1966, the rise of a mean dictatorship, etc. When our student movement and the fighting group of RANASA and NRA came to the political scene, we were determined to end all the confusion that Benedicto Kiwanuka tried to fight against. We swept from power all those who were killing people and threatened all their attempts to regain power. We defeated the killers of Benedicto Kiwanuka, Archbishop Janan Luum, Bataringaya Basil, Francis Walugembe, Nekemia Bananuka, Shabani Nkutu, and many others. We also put Uganda on the correct path of peace, stability, development, and socio-economic transformation. This successful journey of transformation is on account of the four principles ideology of NRM, and that is patriotism, Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation, and democracy. Therefore, I salute the former Chief Justice for his bravery and committed rule of law. It is a great pity that he did not live to see the fruits of his work. Those of us, however, who stayed alive did not let him down. We pressed on the struggle for liberation of Uganda to its final conclusion. Benedicto Kiwanuka met a hero's death. It is in fact that in the end, all the people who die, there is no other destination. The difference is some die after a dishonorable or a stale life, while some people, like Benedicto, leave behind a honorable and inspiring legacy. His legacy is immortal because he sided with the people of Uganda and opposed the brutal regime of Idi Amin. Therefore, although he is not with us today, his memory remains vivid in the minds of the patriots in Uganda. He departed from the earth after offering a distinguished service to Uganda and to the international community. Finally, I wish you a peaceful commemoration of the Benedicto Kiwanuka Memorial Day, signed by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. We extend indeed our profound gratitude to you for graciously accepting our invitation in your own capacity and also presiding over the 8th Benedicto Kiwanuka Memorial Lecture on behalf of the President. We also thank you for delivering his speech. We also would like to thank each and every one of you who has come today to honor the legacy of Benedicto Kiwanuka. We thank you for coming. We also would like to thank our online audience. We thank you for our time. And now, as we come to a close, may we rise for the anthems. Thank you, Band. May we briefly take our seats as we go into the next segment. This marks the end of our 8th Benedicto Kiwanuka Memorial Lecture, and our next session now is the photo session. I invite the Public Relations Officer to come and take us through this session. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Chief Registrar. Right Honorable Speaker, my Lord Chief Justice, Deputy Chief Justice, with your permission, we would like to take a few photos. I'm mindful that our guest of honor has another activity right after here. My Lord, I request that you lead the guest of honor to our photo point, escorted by the Deputy Chief Justice. I request the Honorable Minister and the Land Attorney General, the Acting Principal Judge, my Lords Chief Justices Emeritus, to proceed, and our keynote speaker. The first photo session, we are requesting the family of Benedicto Kiwanuka and the family of our D, my Lord DCJ Emeritus, and the clergy. We are going to have a combined photo. May I request that we go in first so that we can have that photo moment. The family of Ben Kiwanuka, the family of our D, my Lord Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus, and the clergy. Due to constraint of time, we have had to compound many of these photo moments to catch on time. The second will be my Lords the Justices and the judges of the High Court, including our retired judges. My Lords, we shall be having the second photo moment immediately after that. And we are doing it in a manner that we just add on, because we are using the Ben Kiwanuka Memorial Monument that is right up there, and we use the stairs and the upper part to have our photo moments. May I request my Lords the Justices to proceed, and we shall be joining that photo. So I request you are closer there, you can now sit. May I request my Lords that we proceed so that we join that photo frame. Join that photo frame. My Lord Justices and the judges, including our retired judges. And the third moment will be our development partners, diplomatic office, with the service chiefs. Our development partners, diplomatic office, service chiefs, we shall be in the third photo. Family, you are supposed to go for that moment. Family, I said two families. My apologies if you did not hear me well. Somebody motion me so that I'm able to request the next tip. you. That's the family of Ben Kiwanuka and the awardees family